Just move this a little bit. Nice. Just need to get the link ready for people in Discord. Here we are. Can type today. Hello, how are you doing? 40 minutes of traveling before me, perfect time to learn something. Welcome! I'm glad you found the stream. Greedo as well as Spectrum of Sounds. Let's see. I'm a fast typer. Well, I got a gaming keyboard a couple of months back, and that has improved my typing a lot. No, just kidding. I've, you know, my generation always at the computer. I've always played games before I did music production, so knowing my way around the mouse and keyboard is second nature to me at this point. Either way, as you can see, I have a project here. I am going to play the project. The whole goal of this project is to sound like a cambium or high track. I'm not going to be able to play the references, but I'll let you guys know a couple of references that I used for this track. This is going to turn into a YouTube video. So this here is my playlist. So this is Guy Cambium. There's a few tracks of his in my playlist. I want to find another one that I really liked. I think I added that earlier, because that's the first track I heard from him. Now I can't find it. It's always the case, right? You want to look up something and you can never find the right thing here. Tetra Oculus, and then the other one is, well, I'll just go to his page, I guess. The other one that I wanted to show you guys, at least, that I really liked of his is Fractions of Infinity. There you go. And then from Hyde, the guy that really inspired the whole idea for this video, there we are. Gratitude. This is an absurd track. It's crazy. The amount of attention to detail and sound design in this track is very, very over the top, I would say. I cannot play it, but go listen to it if you don't know the track. Either way, this is what I have so far. It's not up until this up at the same level as Gratitude. That's even more complex than this, but this is already getting very close to the kind of complexity that I'm aiming for. And of course, this is a D sharp track because it's a little bit nice and low and dark. JJ Bing Bing, welcome. I hope that I'm pronouncing that right. I don't want to sound, you know. Klaus, also welcome. Hi, how are you doing? I still need something for the pre-drop. I hope you guys can hear well. I think everything is set up right. Free RFNO, how are you doing? Ervno, I think. Yeah, this is kind of what I've had up until this point. There's a few things now that it's the first time for me hearing it on headphones, which always gives you a nice new perspective. One of the things that I did here was that I think this crash bit here is a little bit boring. So I'm just going to go like this, right? Wondering if I should layer this crash here. That's gonna sound better. That works. I can also do that here. I'm gonna do that just at the start here for each of the parts, because this is kind of like part of the build-up, and it's the more maybe give the crash a high cut which opens up. That's exactly what I did here. That's exactly what I did. Just a high cut or a low pass filter, and then I doubled that with a high pass filter, and they kind of both move up in the same way. Am I wearing the poncho? This is one of those things I got from Etsy. It's really nice. It's a little bit warmer. You'll never see me wear this in the summer, but now that it's getting a little bit colder, it's very nice. I also love these types of bass lines that are also enjoyable on their own. One of the things about the bass line here is something Eclip said. Eclip is doing, you know, his review series. And one of the things that he said, which I never really thought about like this, is because obviously I've never had the chance to really play in front of a crowd, but he says like the crowd goes the wildest when it's just the kick and the bass playing. So you do want little area as well. But in this case here, I really just decided to go for it as clean as possible. Just kick and bass on its own, it does the one phrase and then the vocal comes in right here. Could maybe position this vocal a little bit better. The mic chops. Okay. Let's hope that that doesn't continue. It doesn't look like it's on my end here. Maybe a bit. Okay. I just restarted the audio engine. I hope nothing broke doing that. And I hope that the mic chopping is better. Audio in general, actually. I refreshed, it seems good now. It can be the case because I actually messed with my audio drivers and my audio setup for the first time in a long time because I am trying to get different DJ softwares to work. I already recorded a video going over like 5 different DJ softwares. Because as you guys probably know if you follow the channel, I want to get into DJing. I want to get into making my own mixes, doing my own stuff, you know, being able to perform my music as well. And for that you need DJ software. So I'm basically going to go through all of the stages of like a beginning DJ and just film what I'm doing. And part of that has, with all of the DJ softwares, they all come with their own unique setup and their own unique like ACO stuff and their own unique audio driver. So all of that just fucks with your original setup. And I had many times where I was recording where it just completely messed up either the audio system or the audio recording or whatever. So I am a little bit scared that that may have had consequences on even my audio now. Even though I didn't open any of these programs today. Yeah, some have been good on ASIO, yeah. Or some of the softwares come with ASIO. I was expecting that you would DJ with Ableton. Honestly, I have no idea how you do that. You click here and then it goes into like the DJ mode, the session view or whatever. I've used this software for 8 years and I have never intentionally spent any significant amount of time here. Maybe sometimes there's like a little trick that you can do where you record something and you chop it up easier. I've maybe used that once or twice, but that's everything I've ever done in this screen here. I have no idea how I would DJ from here. Are you guys having the same issues that you had last Sunday then? Am I using Rekordbox? So I tested out Rekordbox and it doesn't work with my console. It's attached to all kinds of cables, but it's the DDJ-SB, I think. Quinton, how are you doing? Welcome. Pretty straightforward. A lot of it comes down to having the tracks prepared so that they snap perfectly to the grid. Stream is going very good, no issues now. Perfect, nice, nice. Yeah, I'll look into DJing with Ableton. Maybe that is an option for me. To be honest, I really just want a plug and play system where I can just play things. You know, I have my I have DJed for a couple of friends, so I have a little bit of practice with that. I've got a question for you. Shoot away. Hey man, I'm going to sleep now, but I want to say you're a sick producer, seeing your stuff, and it's generally helpful. Keep up the great work. I will. I want to say I have some like experience DJing with my friends, and that I always did through Serato, which is the Pioneer DJ software, or the software that comes with your DJ stuff if you buy a Pioneer console. You're really good in Psytrance, but why do you not play at festivals or something like that? It's because I'm not a DJ. I've always been producing, and I've never really gone into the side of DJing. And that's why I'm talking about DJing now and filming the videos and just forcing myself to work with it more and more and more so that I can build up a live act. That's what I eventually want to do. I want to get to a point where I can perform my stuff live. You need to set up, yeah, that's what I thought. You need to set up the session yourself, right? You need to set up your tracks yourself and everything like that. Kind of like make a template for it. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know if that's going to be easy to do, but I'll have to look at that. I'd love to see you at Burning Mountain. I'd love to see myself at Burning Mountain as well. That would be nice. But that's future stuff. That's 2-3 years down the line. Don't worry about that. There's no way that you're just going to get invited to a place like Burning Mountain, or even the bigger festivals for that matter. You have to build up slowly with the right people, and then come to this year again to Burning Mountain. Then you can make a stop first at my house, and we mix then together. I mean, I'm probably going to go back again. Yeah, I haven't booked my tickets yet. I might soon. Obviously, I don't know what life is going to have in store for me next summer, but I will try to do my best to make it there again. Yes, you can. Burning is watching out for newcomers. From what I've heard from some guy that actually DJ'd there, he left a comment on my Burning Mountain video. He said that for him, as a newcomer, the experience was terrible. Like, they didn't provide anything from them. But I registered myself. I can register myself and stuff like that. I need to, first of all, I need to build confidence in my mixing ability. You know what I mean? Because I haven't mixed properly. I haven't done a proper live set in like a year and a half, I would say. I think. And even then, it's not like I had hundreds of live sets under my belt before then. So I've done a couple of times for my friends, like in all, I would say maybe like 10 times. And then another 5 times, 6 times, like privately, I guess, over the 8 years that I had this DJ console. So it's not like I know everything there is to know about DJing. Especially stuff that doesn't really come from doing it here, which is like looking at the crowd and seeing what the crowd actually wants in terms of, you know, trying to play your mix, seeing what if the energy is right and that kind of stuff. Don't they have smaller stages alongside the main stage? They have a darker stage. It's maybe a little bit too dark for the stuff. This track would work on there, but the other tracks that I usually play don't really work on that floor, I think. And then they have a techno side stage. At least that was last year. There's the main stage, the side stage for the darker stuff. Or from what I could tell, there was a lot of darker Psytrance being played there, and then the techno or the slower stuff, and then or the techno stage, and then they also have like a chill out zone which has the occasional DJ, but there they also have the workshops and the yoga and instrument playing and all that stuff. So there wasn't constantly a DJ on that floor, only in the night, only in the evening and the night. I did get recognized 2 times at Burning Mountain. That was kind of funny. I was hoping it would be one of you guys that actually came up to me and saw me there. It's a surreal experience. For I don't obviously, like, I don't consider myself famous in any way, but being recognized in public by somebody that you don't know is a very, very strange feeling. And then I imagine that for other people way more famous than me, it can be annoying if people come up to you, because I was just like minding my own business and then somebody came up to me. I really enjoyed the experience, of course. It's a lot of fun, but it's a strange idea that somebody knows you and you don't know them. You know what I mean? I mean, I can say, do you know what I mean? But chances are you don't, because you have never been recognized in public by a complete stranger before. Anyway, Actually, let's get into some production, because I've been sitting here chatting a lot and I actually want to make some music. Can we hear this track intro? I already played the track, but you can play the intro again while I'm sound designing something. Or at least Famish. Famish is an actual word, but it's totally different meaning. I didn't know that either. Don't worry. I think it has to do something with hungry, right? Because in Italian, hunger is fame, which is kind of funny. Or fame. Meant to say a bit famous. I would say that I am known within the Psytrance community. That's how I would describe it. Maybe it's a little bit too like chill to say, but famous implies that, like, as I said, everybody knows you, right? And I don't feel like that's the case. I think like a majority of the Psytrance community has no idea who I am, realistically speaking. I actually saw a video of someone mimicking you before I knew you. I know that video. I know which video you're talking about. That's a good one. It's I forgot his name, but he did like a bunch of the Psytrance YouTubers and how they all sound, I guess. And he turned me in this almost emotionless kind of guy. Because I think back in the day when I used to record, I would show a lot less emotion, and obviously, like when I'm streaming, it's easier to come out because you're not trying to make a video, you're just chilling, I guess. So I didn't show a lot of emotion back in the day during my videos, and even now it's something that I struggle with, because it's believe it or not, it's actually hard to record yourself sitting in a room alone. You still get that feeling of, oh no, I'm being watched, everybody is going to see this, what do I do? I guess this can go into the effects section as well. There's some really cool chrome filtering going on because of the delay. That's kind of funny. yes, setback for Serum. This is the subshifter bass with the subcontrol. This is like my standard bass line, which I always use. The only change that I made here is I set it from 18 dB to 24 dB per octave. And I may have changed some of these things here. I don't think I did. You can scroll through that and see what it actually looks like. You can also copy these settings if you want. But if you have the preset, then you'll be able to make this bassline yourself. There's a really cool preset that does all of the processing and all of the cleaning up for your bassline already, essentially for you. I hope it's temporary, that it's not like last time where we actually had continuously people falling out. Anyway, I hope you guys saw that, this explanation here, because it did look like I was falling out a little bit. Refreshing helps, at least on my end. I don't know if it may have been just like a connection issue on my end, like we've had many times. You know what I mean? The few seconds that I tend to drop out every once in a while. Either way, I should be back now, so I'll just continue about this bass. The whole idea of this bass patch here, which again is from my preset pack, my recently released preset pack, is that it does all of the processing for you with this phasing amount here, which is just changing the wavetable position that it uses. So you can see the more you go higher, the more it looks like a phased waveform, which we tend to use in Psytrance, right? I now messed this up. Doesn't really matter here. In terms of its processing, a little bit of stereo spread. You can do any kind of stereonizing. This is just boring, so we stereonize it a bit. Some EQing here. Pretty drastic EQing I had to do, but this was done with the reference track in mind. And then filtering and volume control here. So yeah, that's the bassline. There's a few presets that I'm using from my pack actually. There's another one that I want to quickly highlight, which is the Pure Glass preset. This is a great preset because it creates these kind of glassy kind of plugs. Oh yeah, that's right, I'm sidechaining this. Do not bounce the bass to audio. So when it comes to bouncing stuff to audio, my philosophy is almost always to do that, in that you have to do it. But with this bass patch, I've designed it in such a way that because I'm not really phase shifting it after here, it doesn't really need that bounce to audio. Is this set up? It isn't. Let me quickly set this up so I can show the kick and bass in SciScope. There. You can see here towards the end there's like no stuff coming through. Okay, if you zoom in, there's a little bit, but that doesn't really matter in the grand scale of things that we're doing here, right? If we look at the sum, it's still nice looking clean kick and bass, and all of my transients are clean. So this bass patch allows you to play it without having to resample, and that's really powerful. So that means that I can just play in my notes in MIDI here, and I don't actually have to resample it or bounce it to audio in order to get a clean bass line, in order to, you know, do what you usually do, where you record, add the little fades, that kind of stuff. I don't have to do that. But the only reason why I can do that is because I am not doing any processing, right? So if I go in here and I say, oh, I want to do, I don't know, do I have Vitamin somewhere here? I should, right? Vitamin, yeah. This is a very popular plugin for kick and bass processing, or the bass processing. If I go in here and say, oh, I want to do my Vitamin, and I want to, I don't know, this, yada, yada, yada. Oh, this sounds good. Let's look at the side scope, and now it's a complete mess, right? Because now we're post fading into here, and now we're post fading into this transient, and we're post ringing, I should say, into this transient here as well. So it might sound better, but from a technical perspective, this is a lot less clean if I were to do this. So because I'm not doing that, because I'm not doing any of the processing in here, I'm doing all of the processing in the wavetable essentially, I don't have to worry about it. Honestly, if you want to understand it fully, check out my 3-hour tutorial on kick and bass for Psytrance. It's always funny to say that you have a 3-hour tutorial on something. It's actually 3 hours and 20 minutes or something. Right? I'll post it again. 3 hours, 18 minutes. And there's good reason for it to be that long. If you want to learn how to do this and learn how to make those wavetables and basically learn everything you need to know about kick and bass making, then you can check that out here. Hello to everyone present from India. Welcome, TrackCon. Steels, how are you doing? The post ringing, I have like the workflow that much when I have tone changes and stuff. Yeah, oh, when you mean pitch changes, yeah, you have to render out multiple ones, right? And one of the things that you need to keep into account is that when you render out your bass notes, right, is that you don't do something like this, where you render out one and then you render out another here. You have to do that like later, right? So there's a lot, yeah, that is not to like about the standard bouncing to audio workflow. And I personally, I don't like it either, having to bounce to audio. I despise that because you lose that creativity. One of the things that I've noticed is now that I have a proper patch in Serum that I can just play, which I've had for the last, I would say, half year, I've been playing a lot more with bass melodies because it's just easier to make, right? You just go in here, you edit the MIDI, whatever you want, and then your bass melody is there. And especially for a track like this, like a complex, dark kind of track like this just really needs that as well. What I think is a good idea at this point in terms of creativity is that I take some time to write out my plans for the track. So, like the structure of it. And then we'll go into maybe some detail stuff. At the end of the production process, this is going to turn into a YouTube video. I want to turn this, just like I did with the Spin Twist Records track, I want to turn this into a YouTube video and then allow you guys to check out the project and stuff like that as well. Alright, I loved it, but now I've got to go. Have a good one. See you, man. Thank you for stopping by. This is, I guess, kind of unintentional, but I didn't expect this to sound so good, having it constantly go up like that. I think I'll keep that. And what I think I'll do here is I'll make a very nice long fill. Kind of like a build-up, kind of like a fill kind of thing. And then we go back into our rolling kick and bass. For this kind of dark Psytrance, you don't want to keep, I guess, your very progressive part of the track for very, very long. Okay, now I can duplicate this. I think I want to keep the normal rolling bass line for here for now. I'm enjoying every moment with the new Soundtoys bundle I got. It's nice. The Soundtoys plugins are very nice. I do agree. I only have 2 of them. One I don't really use that often, but it's because I have a better alternative actually. The little Alter Boy. It's still a great plugin for what it does. This is like pitch shifting and formant shifting, which is really useful in Psytrance. Can I get the mosquito? It's on my screen. Got it. Can you see it on my finger? I'm not giving you the finger, I'm just showing the mosquito. You guys cannot see it. Ooh. There. The other one that I really like is their little, not the Echo Boy Junior. When it comes to the delays plugins, I think that this is my most used delay plugin, and the reason for why I like it so much is it has this wide option. I don't know if the original Echo Boy has the wide option, but this is a really cool plugin or a really cool effect because it acts like a non-ping pong delay, but it's very wide and very stereo. The mosquito was indeed in the bad place in the bad time. Well, I could have hit it more, but it's you know, my monitor. I don't want to break the monitor because I need it to, you know, do things. If it had been somewhere on the wall over there, I would have hit it much harder. Don't put a delay on your main bass line. Okay, so here I'm planning to go back into like the full swing of things, this kind of stuff. So we're gonna need some build-up stuff, which I'll just copy from over here. Nice. I think what I want to do is change up the lead a little bit here, not go back into the stuff that we've been using here. So basically I want to do another one of those. How do you open VSTs with right click? Double right click, and the program that I use for that is called the Live Enhancement Suite. I'll Google it for you because, yeah, enhancementsuite.me, you'll be able to download it, and there it has the quick add devices menu thing, which is a pain to set up. It took me a day to set it up the way that I have it now, all combined, because I revised it a couple of times, and over the months that I've had it, you always change things around. But having this and having a whole list of the different plugins, having everything at your fingertips in one right click is really, really powerful. And I literally have everything in here now that I might need. Like, I don't remember the last time that I browsed through plugins here. So it's really fast and it's really easy. And you get to categorize it yourself, so you always know where you place certain things. Okay, anyway, I need some new leads. I need some new sound design. I guess we can try something with Vital because I want to learn it more. There's the phase dispersion here, which is always cool. And then we can try to maybe FM that with a sine wave here. What if we do it the other way around? If we... Yes. Great drum fills breaks, by the way. Thank you. I like that. I'm going to start with just the general idea here, and then I'll work that into the fill, because that's really where this kind of stuff, or the stuff that really matters, is how do you transition from the kind of slower vibe that you've going on here back into the full power thing that's gonna happen here. Okay, I think it's a little bit too predictable what we have now. Like it's the exact same rhythm. I think I just need to make a couple of changes every once in a while here. Something like that. And the way that I'm going to do this is I'm just going to duplicate and then just slightly change around some values. I know that there's other DAWs, or slightly change around some lengths. I know that there's other DAWs that allow you to do this much quicker, I guess. I think there's like macros that you can write for Cubase and stuff like that. But honestly, what I've found throughout making this track here is that the experimentation that you get from manually doing this, and the control that you have over the rhythm, is really powerful. And it tends to be the case that, at least for me, I get better results doing this stuff manually. And it may take a little bit more time, but it's gonna sound better. Like here, for example, I know exactly what I want now. In terms of main idea, I like that. Like going back into it. Sounds very, very nice. Diablo, welcome. How are you doing? FL, there's a command dedicated to that. Yeah, I think, there is. FL has one of the best piano rolls, if not the best piano roll around from like any DAW, so I would assume that that's the case. I'm gonna delete the bass. Let's see what happens if we keep the drums in here. And we'll up this here and goes back. Okay, and then we go back into the complex kind of stuff. Honestly, it feels like this bass can be a little closer like that. Jillax, how are you doing? Is that the real one? Bristow, this must be transition. Yes, the part here, this stuff is transition, and this as well. Yes, I started watching some of your videos lately. Good stuff. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I hope you don't see the the embarrassing videos I used to do on your stuff. I mean, embarrassing in the sense that when I recorded them, I didn't know how to speak to a camera. I mean, the information in the videos is still very good, but it just took me a while to get it out of my mouth, if you know what I mean. That's always the case. If you look back, it's the same with music. If you look back on your own creations a couple of years after you made it, you're like, oh, I could have done this differently, and I could have done that better, and this, and this, and this. And all these things that you suddenly know that you didn't know before just starts to scream at you. You know what I mean? I think every musician has that, but it's the same with the videos. Okay, so we want this to rise up here. Maybe I'll do it in like a two-tiered thing, where the first one rises here, and then the next one is gonna rise up here. Look at your quality and knowledge now. Yes. Yes, it is, so much has changed. I've learned so much in the meantime as well. I mean, the video that I did on your track, I think had to do with the structuring of like different bass elements when it comes to progressive stuff. Now, I've never really done progressive stuff apart from the stuff that I did recently for that Spin Records track, or the Spin Twist Records track, where a lot of people has asked me to do that, so I made like one track in it. But even that was very basic. When it comes to the the structuring of that track, it was literally just like an offbeat bass line everywhere. When it comes to your stuff, you structure things in a very cool way, and I kind of explained how to do that. I guess we will use these then for our like main build risers here. Is that right? Yes. I still need to do a lot of one-shots and the cool stuff in here as well. That's a nice way to hype it up. You can add maybe some more. Maybe this is too much here, because it is coming out of like a very low energy kind of part here. I do kind of dig it. It does sound cool. We should probably have like a very big impact here then, to start off the fill. Let's see if I can find some cool stuff in my Omnisphere. Oh wait, I need to go to the library first, of course. This stuff, like Omnisphere, the power that it has, you kind of explore it in waves, because it's just so much. Like a synth like that, an idea like that, I would have never come up with this myself. Let's see if we can get that to work, because I do really like what that sounds like. Maybe not here, maybe this is more something like here. There's a little bit of resonance, which I don't like. Those two really high peaks there. And then this one here as well. That works. And Pete, how are you doing? I don't think this is going to work here. I need a more like high impact for that. One that I always want to use, which I really like, but I cannot really use, is the... if I go in here, you might... if you know anything about like Asterix, you might know this sound. Bass Walimbo, this one here. If I play this in G sharp, some of you guys may know this sound if you listen to a lot of Asterix, because it's the beginning of his track Shadows. Like, it's literally this sound. I might get copyright claimed just for playing it like this. Let's just play the first few seconds here. It's his track with Simon Patterson. Maybe 2 octaves. I want to play with this sound so much, but I don't want to copy him. Maybe in this key. Also, I don't know if this fits the track, because this is very dark and this is very bright. It's like in between that I want in terms of the tonality. But that's the preset from before. I just want something powerful to... We'll set this up in a good way. We'll set this up musically, because I think we can use something like this here. If we do it like this. The mic is glitching again. I don't know what's causing it. I'll restart the audio engine. This should... It should be better now. Right? I hope so. Either way, I'll just continue and you guys let me know if there's any issues again. Also, Liam, welcome. I didn't see you there. There's no delay between audio and video. That's good. No, the mic is glitching in the... I think what he means is that it kind of pops and crackles, because I've had that during recording as well. There is something wrong with my audio like setup right now, because I did the whole DJing video and recording that and installing 5 different DJing softwares that each come with their own audio driver and all that mess. Really didn't help my audio system, my audio setup. And then I think from this point here, what I want to do is just kind of like your standard bandpass plugs again. Some kind of exponential rhythm, white noise going up would sound nice. I think I can do that like here in this build, maybe. Technically there's already some of that in here. Ah, that's why. You cannot really hear it because it's like that. Okay. Ooh. This has nothing. I just need to check all of the risers now because they might have issues. This one I made here on the spot. Yeah, that's all new, as you can see. Anyway, let's first do the bandpass plugs, because otherwise I'm getting too distracted. I do have some presets for it, actually. This one also... Gate delete, this one here. I mean, not really gated, I just removed the release of it. Ah, what I need to do is this, of course. Now it's like actually gated here. Need some commentary on what you're doing? Well, to be honest, I'm just kind of producing here. I don't know either. I'm just trying different things out and just... I can be more in depth if you want. Right now we're working on going back into a section where the energy is rising. So I'm looking to get some kind of high energy leads and stuff like that. We already have one lead, but I just added this bandpass plug here. I did a cool trick which I've been doing frequently, which is like high resonant sweeps on top of them. So you get these kind of bandpass sounds. Like it sounds like it's coming down, while we're not really doing that. And then here it sounds like it's going up again. And like this spike is just going to kind of poke its head through the frequency spectrum then. That's the idea behind it. Essentially what I'm working on in the grand scheme of things though is more this whole area, because I also still need one shots and all that stuff for here. What I want to do is a one shot for this area here, right in the middle here, which I hope can also work in the other section. That way there's a little bit of overlap between the two sections. Because otherwise it's going to sound not cohesive enough, I think. Okay, so this is kind of like that bubbly FM. I would like to have more of a clicky one. Something like that. Yes. Anytime you have a wave cycle like this and you want it to turn into a bubble from a click, you can flip it. This will be a bubble. If you see it speeding up like this, it will sound like a bubble like this, or as we would call it, bubbly. And then if you flip it again, you get clicky versions. So let's say that you go into my tone spec and you go into the first one. I like that sound, but I would like it to be bubbly. You can just... and then you get the bubbly version. Anyway, I'm just kind of scrolling through sounds now. Something like this combined with a normal... This is a nice high frequency there. Some very strong clicking going on from that, I guess. I guess that's... I'm looking for a spot where that click came out the best and the tonality of it came out the best. Now we're just upgrading the sound design by a lot. This could be a main lead with the aggression that it has actually. Let's put this at... this. I'll introduce a little bit of this here. Let's gate this. Okay. And then I'll make this longer. Of course, this is the wrong octave. note length is so important, and you can see me making very small changes to it. I've been doing that quite a lot in this project, actually. We also saw that with the flanger lead that we have here. But it's so important to just audition a few different note lengths to just determine the kind of groove that you want to go for with an element like this. Personally, I think that this could be a little short. Something like that. Was that the real Gillax? I'm torn. When the size is the technique. Yes. Yes. The note size, the note length is the technique. I'm torn if it is the real Gillax. It is the real Alex though, yes. That's true. Of course it's him. It says it right there in the name. To be honest, when it comes to sound designing all of these effects, I don't want to sit here and make endless effects every time. Again, so let's see if we can copy some of these over. I think the more interesting one is this one over here. We'll make that part of the fill here. Or like this. Might be fun to do it like this, where it kind of goes up, down, and up again. And we'll do the same with the filter cutoff here. Will this be a release? I don't think it will be. This is not really my style in terms of Psytrance. What I'm making this track for is for YouTube videos. So there's going to be tutorials on individual synths, and then the kind of overview that I also did with the Spin Twist Records track. And then I'll make the stems available, and I will post the track to Experimenter. For those that don't know, Experimenter is my secondary account on SoundCloud, where I post stuff that I don't really want to release on my main, I guess. Library. Experimenter, there we are. This page here, this is also where I posted the Spin Twist track here. I had a lot of fun making that as well, but it's again also not really the style that I usually make. So in this case, this is the same thing. It's a lot darker and a lot more like complex than what I usually personally do. I want to pick up some of these traits as well. That's why I'm making it, because what I heard in terms of like their build-ups and the way that they do atmospheres and stuff like that, trying to implement all of that is hard, and then having a track that you're actually working on where you're focusing on that is really helpful. Are they free downloads? They are. Are they? I don't remember. Nope. No, I didn't make them available for the. At least not this. You can download the stems or all of the individual tracks for it if you become part of my Patreon supporter group. It sounded more like German Psy offbeat. Yeah, that's just the first drop. If you go to the second one, it's triplets. Making different genres helps with creativity big time. Yes, and it just lets you learn different things about psytrance that are all important, because for different genres, different things matter a lot more. Like I found that the atmospheres and all of the effects work that I'm doing in here needs a lot more work than in my normal tracks that I normally make, and the build-ups are a lot more complex. Right, the end of the drop kind of build-up like this stuff here. Like, I still feel like I haven't really gotten that down yet. Like, there's something missing. But it is sounding decent enough to me for me to pass right now. I would have never been able to make this in a normal project of mine, to be honest. Like, that's not really the style that I usually go for. I do really like the silent part here. That works really well with the progressive bass line coming up after it. So for example, here we need more atmospheres and just more stuff. Right, because everything in this genre, from what I can tell, seems to have an atmosphere either coming into it or coming out of it. I can use this one here. If I copy over the automation, of course. But that still leaves me with needing one more, which I'll place here. I like the rhythm that we get here with this synth sound here. Ta-dun, dun, ta-dun. I think I have a drum fill that could work here. I'm going for a little bit less chaotic drum fill, I guess. There's some old stuff here, but I think these are some very old samples, but I still use them from time to time. These are good for this stuff. Forgotten samples. I'll add that to here. Hello, shopping cart. Would a slide note be appropriate for the track? I mean, it could work for the track, but it's not the style that I'm going for. I'm going for this really dark kind of vibe, I guess. I need to do some. I'm still going to mix this track later. But in terms of like slide notes and that kind of stuff, it's not really what I want to write for the track, I say. I do want to have some more one-shots in here though. So we'll just try to find some cool stuff in Omnisphere. A lot of my ideas are sometimes out of the concept. I know that's not really going to work for this track in particular because I'm guiding myself off somebody else. Like my idea is to use this for tutorial on how to make tracks like artists like Cambium and Hyde, like I said before. Hyde is somewhere in here. A good reference track. This Gratitude track by Hyde. This guy is creates some really crazy stuff. Some really crazy complex psytrance. That's what I want to emulate. Another guy that you could take a look at for that is, as I said, Cambium. Let me see some of the tracks that I like from him. If I can find them. Daytona is a very good track of his. And then there is the ones that I showed before. Tertia Oculus, and then the other one is called Fractions of Infinity. Let's see if I can find it. It has a great cover image. It should be the first track that I heard from him, so yeah, here it is. Fractions of Infinity. This guy also makes some like slightly more complex stuff than what I normally do. So that's kind of what I want to emulate here. And therefore I'm going to kind of stick to the rules that I hear in those tracks, or to the ideas that I hear in those tracks. Seems to be. You're getting some nice stuff from there. Honestly, as a synth engine, Omnisphere, I don't really like it. It's good for preset browsing, but general synth work, it's a little bit of a hassle to actually work in. Lush Chakra, how are you doing? Welcome. Honestly, maybe this doesn't really fit here. Let's turn it off and see if we can find something better for that. Maybe I should probably synthesize that then. The only annoying thing is that I cannot now listen to the reference track a lot because of copyright and stuff like that. Let's try some. What if we looking for something a bit more like that? Yes, vowely, I guess. This is kind of the vibe that I'm going for. I like that. It is kind of simple, just having the... Guess we can go for 2 beats, that tends to work better. And then we just go boop boop. Okay, I'm sorry if I don't explain everything that I do. To be honest, I find it much more relaxing having a few people in chat and just chilling than explaining everything. Right now I'm going for a little bit of a feel idea here. Also, it's really hard to explain everything because things just kind of come in waves. You know what I mean? When you're working creatively. Like, I don't have a system that I follow. I don't have a exact way of doing things all the time. Honestly, I don't want to play this too much. This sound that we have here. So I'm going to play it only on the latter halves here. So you can see I'm doing every other one. And then we'll make a sound for this as well. More like a single stab here. Oh wow, thank you. I'm glad that you're impressed with my music. D-tune, I guess, would work. Maybe that's a little bit too messy if we tune, unless we do like this. Because then it's static, at least the wavetable. You could do it like that, or with a band pass. And in that case, I would go for this. I'd probably add some squelch. That's a good idea. We should probably add some squelches too. Maybe some squelches over here. Right before we have that other thing there. I want to experiment a bit with my squelch approach, because I think one of the ways that we can create very interesting squelches is if we just go like this and then configure here and here. Let me just place in a couple of notes here, just as a test. So if I do that, right, and let's assign this to some MIDI controllers. I need the pan here for the pitch bend, because that's set in the middle. Oh, wrong thing. MIDI. Okay. Let's see what happens if I just record something in here for the pitch first. I don't need this, I don't know why that records in, but we'll delete it. And then we'll go with this as well. I think that kind of works the way that I want it to, because for the longest time I kind of struggled getting that natural feeling in it, I would say. Simplify. So here, I guess this just really helps with that. Now I can even go back and just say I did basically dial in the same envelope twice though, looking at it now. It is very, very close together here, isn't it? It's almost frightening how similar this is. Like if you shift this whole thing back a little bit. Obviously, apart from some small differences, it's basically the same envelope. I'll do it like this. That's a little bit more exciting. Progression is starting to get there. I'm still not quite sure about this part here, but I do like where this stuff is going. This synth in particular, the way that it comes in is really powerful. I think that really captures the vibe of it. I think after that I'm gonna go back into something like this. This track is sounding really good, man, nano style. Yes, it's kind of having that style. I'm basing it a little bit more off, I mentioned this before, but some reference artists, it's already showing up, Hyde here, and then the other one is Cambium, which I have here. Cambium is the other artist that I'm using as a reference here. I cannot play this, but both of these artists are very, how would you say, very complex kind of style. Even more complex than this. I have to go in here and start adding more complexities and stuff like that. Cambium is, yeah, he is a genius when it comes to his sound design and the way that all of his elements in his track fit together. I think that's something that I just cannot get into this production because it's not something that I'm very used to with my productions. Like, I'm not that dense, that complex with my sound design in like my own stuff. But the high track, that if you like Cambium, then you're going to love the high track, because that's even more over the top complexity kind of stuff. I see if I can play a little bit. I'm probably going to get into some copyright issues, but just for the hell of it, I'll just play this track because it's really something else. I'll just play this bit here. It's so weird he isn't more well known. Yes, indeed. He plays some small parties in France, but that's about it, I think, as well. Which album is Hyde from? Is it an EP? Hyde is the artist. It's also not a real big time artist. A bit bigger than Cambium, but it's the track Gratitude here. You know the plugin Loop Operator? I've heard of it. It's like a looping thing, right? Like a loop glitch kind of thing. Kind of in the same way that Chris Glitch does its thing, isn't it? Chris Glitch here. This is a cool plugin. Chris Glitch does it in its own way. I would like to get Infiltrator at some point. Looperator is more like D-Blue Glitch and Glitch 2. Ah, okay. I use Chris Glitch 2. I really like the unpredictability of it, but the best glitch machine, in my opinion, is still indeed the first edition of Glitch by D-Blue. The reason why I like this so much is because it is... So, in essence, what that means is that you can just browse different seeds for the exact kind of sound that you want, and you don't have to go in here. Like in this case, I went through and I just set up the effects manually. But you can just do it with the seed as well by just tweaking one seed and then using one of the randomized patterns. It's still like, I know it's an old timer, and there have been many plugins that have come since it, but it's a really it's just it does everything that I wanted to do. I've never heard about it. I'm going to search more about it later. It's abandonware. You can just get it. You just need to bridge it because it's 32-bit. But if you're working in FL, are you the guy in FL? There was somebody talking about FL before. I don't remember. Some DAWs will import 32-bit plugins, but Ableton is not one of them, so you need JBridge here, which conveniently doxes my last name. Thank you. I asked the guy from JBridge if there's a way that I can remove that, but there isn't. At least he makes me something for it, but you use FL. I think FL still has the capability of importing 32-bit plugins, because one of the things that ImageLine has still, just like Windows does, right? Windows still, the backwards compatibility in Windows is crazy if you think about it. I can go and look for some audio issue or whatever program that I need, and I'll see something that is made for Windows 98 or 89, I should say. No, 98. Windows 98, yes. Something for Windows 98, and it will just work, right? ImageLine has the same kind of philosophy, other than their always free philosophy, which I really like. Free updates for life philosophy. Yes, but they can lag a bit or close out of nowhere. Yeah, in that case, maybe it's a good idea to bridge them yourself with what's it called? With JBridge. Because JBridge, from what I can tell, is very stable, at least on my machine. I'm going to be taking a quick break. What I'll do is I'll put on a different track of mine. I am working on some more music. There's a few files in here that I don't want to spoil, actually. There's a few files that I'm going to never show you guys on stream until they come out. And not even make videos from them and stuff like that. But I think I'll spoil this one here. I don't know if I've played it before. This might be an old production. Yeah, this might be an old render. But still, I hope that you guys will enjoy the track at least. I'll be right back, and JBridge works really well for me too. Is it only me, or is the stream stuttering occasionally? I've had few people say that they had issues with, or heard issues with my mic, that my mic is clicking, which I'll have to look into. But maybe refresh and then it should be better. I had a lot of issues last Sunday with the stream stuttering and everything, and it seems that maybe it hasn't completely been fixed on YouTube ends, because I cannot tell if there's anything different or see if there's anything different. Anyway, I'll look into that after the stream, because I have had a few other people say that it was either lagging or glitching or doing some weird stuff, or specifically the microphone was cutting out and glitching up and stuff like that. Anyway, I'll be back in a little bit, and I'll see you then. As I said, a little bit of an old render, but the production is basically like this. There's obviously a lot of detail work that still needs doing, and then the mix and master. But the production is, I would say, like 90% finished on this track. Kick and bass sounds crystal clear, very nice. I'm glad. Let's continue with this one though. I'm just gonna play it from here because I need to judge kind of where the one-shots need to go still. What's the name of the track by Hyde again? Gratitude. Guess I can just lay out where I want them to be. Some kind of fade in there. This one is very loud. I do have some ideas for the one-shots. I think this one. Yes, that's the one that I'm after. I want to place that dark one here. So that takes care of that. I just downloaded the Glitch 1.3. It's pretty old school. Yes, yes, it's a very old plugin. Just going to transfer this over here. And then I want like a long sliding in. Actually, this looks like a nice wave cycle. Not that special, I would say. I mean, it's gonna work for our slide, but I was hoping for something really special, like the first one. The first one in the tones pack is actually, I guess, a happy accident because I randomized all of them, but this first one sounds so nice. I use it all the time. Just your very aggressive square FM kind of thing here. I'll just play with it later. I mean, I can show you some of the things that it can do if we go into making sequences and whatnot. Or we could make a glitchy one-shot over here. Where can I get your wavetables pack? There's two packs. There's the tones pack. These aren't wavetables, by the way. These are individual cycles, right? So they don't move. If you want the wavetable pack, which is this pack of mine, this is the stuff that moves when you do the wavetable position thing. All of my packs, all of my stuff is available on my Gumroad. Let me quickly get my profile. You have my preset packs here. At the beginning it just needs to load the images. Then you have the first tones pack, which is this one, where you have a total of 229 wave cycles. These are a bit better overall because I picked them out from a bigger list. Right, this is I think I generated 4,000-ish wave cycles here. There's a few different methods that I used, and I ended up turning them into this pack here of 2048 wave cycles, which is actually this one over here. So this is the first one. The reason why this is in 2 parts is 1, because it's then more easy to access. These are just $5 each. But 2, because I wanted it so that it shows up like a list like this, and not one of those. Where can I show that? One of these lists. Where I don't remember where it is. I do have some packs here still. Maybe one of these shows it. No, they all still open up like that. There's another way that it can open up. If you have too many files in the same folder, it will open up like a scrolling list. I believe I had it in here somewhere. I think I must have deleted them, but yeah, too many files in the same list. That's why it's in 2 parts as well. And then after that, there's all of the sample packs. So these are drums, vocals, atmospheres, and then here's the wavetable pack. This is the wavetable pack for Serum. And then masterclass and all of the remix packs and licenses. So everything is on my Gumroad. I'll just post a link right here. You can get to it. Aha. Okay, let's make something glitchy. I guess we can do a wavetable, because I don't want to do the combination table. This might be a little bit too chaotic for what I'm after. There's a technique that I like to use where you just do this and assign that to the wavetable position. This is the combination tables from the tones pack. So these do actually have all of the individual cycles inside one wavetable. This might actually work. I glitch that up a little bit with this. That's kind of cool. I just want to freeze that so that I have it in audio and I can manipulate it a bit more. What I'll probably end up doing is stereonizing this, filtering it in, and then that should be okay. That's the annoying thing that happens with these racks, that I have to reset every time I freeze something for some reason. I guess it's, I don't know if it's a bug or whatever, but for some reason it tends to do that. Yeah, I definitely need to filter that in. Appreciate it. Thank you. I am glad for the support. Bit wider on this one. kick feels a little bit off. Maybe that's because I'm listening to it on headphones now for the first time, but a little bit more impact could help, I think. Once I mix this, obviously it's gonna be better still, but I might not do it if this is not something I'm gonna release actually. Or I might just like do it in the project. As I am in FL, I don't have any arpeggiator. Do you know any cool plugins that make some random arps? I think recently Futurephonics came out with a plugin version of this thing called Rhythmizer. So maybe you can look at this. When it comes to actual rhythms for, like, take this synth here, right? This one. This is basically like this random rhythm thing. But I like to personally dial them in manually, because then I have a little bit more control over the exact thing that the notes are doing. And it tends to be the case that I take a pattern and then I randomize the pattern a little bit. And I don't think that there's any plugin that can do that, that can generate this kind of rhythm that I'm creating here. Because it's always based on the same rhythm, right? Also, Altar of Wisdom's The Grid Father. Is that a VST? Because I have some of his other things. I have Autogrid from him, and then I have some glitch tools as well. Auto Glitch and his multi-LFO. It's like Rhythmizer, but you can route several channels to it and go between different audio channels. It's a VST version of Autogrid. Okay, then yeah, I would recommend it because Autogrid is also very, very powerful in what it does. It's the same kind of thing in that it just generates random things. I like the fact that this has a pattern in here and that you can make it repeat. But this fully repeats it, so in the sense that this will, if you set it to a loop of one bar with this pattern, it will always be the exact same thing that it plays every bar. And I don't think that there's a way to then introduce a little bit of randomness or to like specify where random things should happen. But I digress. There's probably ways around that. You can probably record then the MIDI into, or you record the output of the plugin into a MIDI track, and then you go ahead and do the kind of process that I did here. If you watch back the stream, you would see me going into individual ones here and just kind of like messing with the lengths of the notes and placing some notes. But I don't like to place too many notes, because that's going to differ too much from the original rhythm. It lets you introduces the pattern over time. Stutter probability. Ah! Okay. So if I were to, just as an experiment here, I'm probably not going to keep this in the track, because this really needs to go back to its kind of glitchy part here, this part. But let's say that I wanted to do another synth of these, right? Where I just create a rhythm. We'll do it one note so that we can actually use the auto grid. I think the way that this works is that I have to set a receiver here on here. And from what I understand, if I just keep this at just 1, it basically works like autoplay, right? So this is going to be the trigger for it, and then this is going to hold the synth, right? Serum. This should work. It doesn't. Ah, of course, I need to... Okay, so this allows me to set up the random pattern here with like random lengths and stuff like that. My question is there a way that I can... Because now it goes to silence, right? It doesn't do anything here. What happens if I want to start off with a pattern like this? Something like that. And let's say I want to introduce a little bit more randomness into it. So it basically keeps this pattern every time, and then maybe it changes up some of the notes. Because what I did here is I added, maybe throughout this whole MIDI pattern, I changed up a few of the notes here, and then I added 2 or 3, right? That's what I would like to do. Is there a way that I could maybe double up on the auto grid and then have a second auto grid also send its notes here for the extra randomness or something like that? I don't know. I guess this could work. I set it to 27 before here. And then we just automate it up every once in a while, I guess. This is just for testing purposes. Where would it make sense rhythm-wise? Let's try it just like this. I guess that works. Full sequence for that particular seed when using the stutter property, it'll exclude some notes that particular seed and we'll get the full pattern over time. Yes, that's kind of what I'm getting at here. There's no way that, unless I create, what you would then need to do if you want to really randomize it, I just drew in some automations, which works, but then it's still going to play the same pattern every time, right? Every repetition. You would either need to go in here and randomly assign the I guess the automation up at random points, or you set up some kind of clever modulation system that once in a while just ups the modulation to 100% so that it introduces that little bit of randomness to that part of the sequence, and you just randomize the times at which that happens. But now we have an idea. Yes. That would be cool. I mean, he's probably going to say that it's already in some of his devices, because maybe it's not in this device, but maybe the other device has some kind of button or slider that you just turn up for extra randomness over time or something like that. Can you write that in Discord? I think we're all three in the, what's it called? The Psytrance YouTuber Discord, right? I'll ask him there. No, you're not in it. Why are you not in the Psytrance YouTuber Discord? Invite people. You should be in here. You do YouTube stuff, right? Yeah. Now you are. Yes, perfect. Okay, anyway, I actually quite like this, the rhythm that we got out of this, so I am going to record that if possible. Can I just record the MIDI here? Will that work? No, I figured that wouldn't. I would need to record from this track, I think. Ah, yeah, 67. I was like, why doesn't 68 show up? But that's the track that I'm recording too. This can work as like an exit synth, I guess. Let's combine this. I don't need any of this anymore. Just a little bit of cleanup here. We'll then filter this out, and then we'll go back into the glitchy stuff. How are we looking structure-wise? Let's design this out. What happens if I were to go longer here? I just don't want to spend too much time here because I also want to do a breakdown, which tend to be quite long and complex. Let's see if I make a breakdown like this, what that would mean for the length of the track. I don't want to go too long. This is not supposed to be like a 9-minute track or something like that. Breakdown. And the breakdown and build-up do tend to be very long and kind of drawn out a little bit, just to increase that kind of power here. Let's see what happens if I just add like a standard drop area behind it and then like a fade out to the track. This is going to be the most basic type of structure that you can, like 5 segments of your drop and then your outro. That would bring me to 9 minutes. So we are already on the long end here. Just going to see what happens if I do this like 1.5 segments long, I guess. And we're getting closer towards the 8 minutes. And that would also mean that I can do 4 normal drop lengths here. I mean, we already have the progressive stuff in here. I'm just trying to think of how I would do that, because this is kind of all one drop. There isn't really... I know it says like there's a build up here and a build up here, but that doesn't really describe well what's going on with the track. Because they are very high energy, right? The other build-up is this one. Yeah, there's not really a pause in here, so we do need the breakup to be kind of long here. Otherwise it's, I think, a little bit too aggressive and doesn't really follow what the reference track do, because they tend to have a breakup somewhere. It might be that this first drop segment is just too long, but I do like the variation that we have, in that we have our building up part. We go to the high point here, and then we build up again, but with a different bass groove here. I might even opt for having this very short here, or like, I say very short, but the normal length. The reason why I find that very short is what I've been doing lately with my big standing out kind of moments. You can see it here as well. These segments are longer than your standard 16 bars, so that they have a little bit more impact and a little bit more feel to it. There's actually a track where, I kid you not, I have a structure that looks like this for my second drop, where I have 3 32 bar segments after each other. So my drop looks like this, and then there's a 16 bar segment before it, and then I have my outro. So there's some parts of the track that are like really long and drawn out, and that tends to be nicer to grab the attention a bit more and to give a little bit more tension to certain parts. In this case, I do feel like this might be a little bit too short for the sounds that we have in here, the energy that we have in here. Let's see. If I were to add, I'm just gonna add like a simple, I guess, a fill here. I think I'll go for a very short fill then, so that we just have maximum amount of space possible. We will build up in this area here, and then we go to big impact, and that's going to hopefully go into a breakdown, which then is a little bit more energetic than just like your pads and your atmospheres and stuff like that. Kind of like what I did in the intro as well, where I have the... It still has the pads in there as well. But then it goes into the build-up and everything here. That's kind of the idea of the breakdown then as well. So let me get a nice big impact. Something like that. I don't want it to be too extreme either. Oh, I shouldn't warp this. Yeah, the impacts that I use is just stuff from the Cashmere pack. They tend to work very well. Nice, kind of like general use kind of impact. A lot of the other Psytrance pack that I have come with impacts that are very specific. This kind of stuff. Or... I guess this is more generic as well. But this has like a very strong tone to it. This already has the noise on top of it, so that needs to work. It's good to have a large variety of these. One of the cool things about all of the Vengeance stuff is that when it comes to impacts and all of that stuff, you basically have endless variety here. But all of these are very, very specific. Like all of these have the noise on them. That one was very dark. A lot of these are just like a drum sample with a lot of reverb on them. FX kicks are more That's more like the real impact stuff, I guess. I like this vocal idea. I want to try if I can isolate that from this impact. Vengeance stuff have been overused but still work. It's honestly, with the amount of different samples that I have from Vengeance, with the amount of different packs that I have, I think I'll never run out of Vengeance pack stuff here. This is all of the old stuff that I don't really use. Like, there's even specific effect stuff in here, right? This is also still very specific, by the way. Like, you need a very specific track if you want something like that to work, right? But there's some cool atmospheres in here as well. I should use these more, because designing atmospheres is a chore. Okay, let's try to get our drums in here. Which one is the one that is... Okay, so this one is too long, but we can remove this here. Like that, and then we'll do our high pass filter. We'll have this come from, I guess, here-ish up. Should probably move this here as well, because this is going to have the same. Yes. And that Atmos you played, I've heard in tracks. That's funny. Which one is it? Do you remember the number? I'll put it in here as well as an Easter egg. I think we were lower. I don't remember these either. We were lower. Because there was that one with the delay on it. Atmos. Yeah, we can use that. That sounds like a fun one. I'll have to see the... key. So this goes around F sharp, so I'm going to classify that as F sharp then. Because one is, it starts at G and it goes to F. It has like a Doppler effect kind of thing. So that means that I go F, E, D sharp. We'll use that somewhere in the breakdown, I guess. Let's start our breakdown with some pads here. Maybe it was my own even. It might be in some of my old tracks as well, I don't know. Honestly, I use them all the time, the Vengeance stuff. It's just good stuff. I'll go with one of these. We'll go down a bit and then see if we can get something cool here. A little bit too sad sounding. Just having an atmosphere like this is going to be too slow. But I want to probably have the kick and bass kind of come in slowly over time here as well. I'm gonna go and quickly set up my high pass, low pass and gain on tracks here so that I can copy between the kick and the bass. High pass, low pass, gain here. Let's make sure that this is all lines, that and that. And then we just copy this over here. Nope. Here. Maybe we'll have it a little higher. What I want to do now is some kind of gritty old, not old, gritty, I saw old in the chat, but gritty like melody thing here. So that we can go something like that, and then we can speed that up over time. I'm already doing that in here, right? I don't want to use the same acid sound again. That would be a little bit boring. I also want to do the build-up differently, so I'll probably build it around a different sound. Probably down for more impact. I like that kind of wiggle thing here. I think this melody will respond well to being like sliced up like this. And then I want to go another full thing here, and that's where we're going to increase the pitch bend as well. Okay, so that's my idea. And this goes like this. I don't know if I should halve the kicks again here, or if I should just continuously rise this up over time here. So from here. I think here for the filtering, I actually want to stay a little bit lower. Here the filter cutoff I think is maybe opening up a bit too much here. We'll have a little bit higher in the beginning, so that it's distinguished from the last part, which is slowing down like this. Let's get some of our effects here. There we are. Oh, I copied the wrong way. I need to obviously do it like this, because otherwise it's not going to work. Need to remember the track again. This one here, and then it's somewhere here, right? Yes. I might not use these sounds here. Okay, we then need a nice reverse crash. I think this atmosphere that we have here, I want to high pass that over time. Okay, the idea is there. It needs some detail work. The big thing that I think we should put in here. This is one of those Vengeance samples that I actually use all the time. This is, I think, from one of their like packs of songs. But I have it in both in here as well as in the pack that I got when I was looking at remakes for FL Studio from different tracks. I put all of the samples in this thing, and I've used this for almost everything. These samples in here. You would get those if you downloaded like a remake project of a certain track. You would get the samples with them, because otherwise they wouldn't open up in the project if you didn't have them. So that's where I got all of those samples from. It's a very good way to actually find good samples, because the remake people, they do know the samples that they should use, right? See if we can get some crashes on here. I think I'm just gonna follow the pattern of the kick here. Maybe like that. And then we high pass as well. I don't know if this makes any difference actually. Ah, there's some... Aha. Well, I do need this to fade out here quite significantly because it stops. Well, I could continue it on like this if I wanted to. Let's do that without the automation on there. But still, I want to fade it out, of course. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We've had a lot of different viewers today. It's really nice to see the diversity in the people that watch the stream. I can see it because both the likes are pretty high and also my total views. Not like the viewer count, it's pretty average, but the total views, if that's a lot higher, it indicates that a lot of people came in and watched and that there's different people watching. Maybe I want to halve it once more in here. I do feel like it's not speeding up enough towards the end here, so I'm just gonna at the end, you know what I mean? This. Nice arrangement, thanks. I'm still working this bit out. I'll tackle that later. I'll just quickly get my kick and bass again. I do want to kind of grow the track now to its final arrangement like this. I guess we'll need to have a little fill here though. We cannot just straight go into the drop. I think the way to do it in this case, to keep the energy high though, let's listen to our reference. I'm going to play it again because I know I'm going to get struck anyway for this, but still. Okay, so he has kind of like a melodic lead in here, which we also have, to be fair. And then he keeps that into his fill. His fill is also shorter. It's 2 bars. Oh. That sounds funny. Let's edit this to be 0.5. No, that needs to be here. And then there's some other automations that we need to change as well, like this here. Actually. Welcome, J-Boy. What if we do no melodic part in here, but we glitch this up together with some other synths, and then we go into those other synths instead. I do like this sound, but I don't think I like it on top of the kick and bass. Yeah, and then we just shut it off right here. All the way around, actually, yes. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this glitch here, so I'm just gonna change seat for a while. I like that. I do think it could be a bit cleaner if we remove this part here. And then of course, no delay. Like that. Nice. We'll add a little drum fill to it. I don't want to do anything too extreme here. Is this the... Yes. Nice, I'm kind of happy with that. I do want to go to some high power, like high energy stuff, right? So I'm thinking that it's not crazy enough what we're doing in the fill. One thing that I want to change is the volume of this. I guess for mixing purposes I'll also go down in the build-up. To me, it doesn't really sound like this is going to be high energy, the way that it's transitioning into it right now. What if we do this? That can work. Just as a test, I'll put in these sounds here. We're gonna get some other glitchy sounds in there. We're gonna make some new ones. I do believe that we need to use this acid sound at some point in the drop though. Not really high energy, is it? Glitch 1 is the best, it's free? Yes. It's abandonware, so you can just pick it up. The melody needs to be better, right? It needs to have more energy in this part here. Because there it just kind of stops. So we'll have that continue. What if we go up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something like this, right? That's kind of cool, like a foreground sound, I would say. Maybe a little bit like this. The way I would continue now is adding some more glitchy sounds, like this stuff over here. I don't want to copy it over. What we can try is if we don't use the top two, which are the more attention-grabbing sequences, I guess. But then we need to fill in the rest, and we also need to, of course, fill in these bits here. Place that, and then we're gonna go play a little bit with the filter cutoff here. Safari cannot open the page because address is invalid. You need to have Discord app. Yes. If you want to join the community on Discord, you have to have Discord. I'm gonna double up here on the automation that we have there. Turns out you cannot hear that, so that doesn't matter. We can move this to maybe here. Okay, nice. Do you recommend producing psytrance while being affected by magic mushrooms? Yes, it helps. I mean, psychedelics, right? At the end of the day, we're making psychedelic trance, and being under the influence of psychedelics tends to put your mind space in a position where you can think a little bit more about what works in a psychedelic nature. I guess I wouldn't. I would come back from that. You wouldn't necessarily need to produce on magic mushrooms or any substance for that matter. Like right now, I'm pretty sober, and I still feel creative and fine doing the things that I do. What I would say is that having some psychedelic experiences, at least, tends to give you much better results of understanding what the track is supposed to do and what psytrance really is about. If you really want to dive into like actual traditional psytrance. On the other hand, you can experiment, and a good way to do that is by, for example, not following the standard rules that kind of come to you when you, I guess, especially if you have like a festival experience or something like that, then you pretty easily understand like, okay, this is what a track needs to do in order to kind of get the maximum amount of energy out of me, or the maximum amount of power. But that might not be what you're after with your productions. Either way, I think it's time for me to take a quick break, and then we'll work again on some sound design over here. I'm on 100 micros and I just produced a banger. See, it works, right? Psychedelics could unlock hidden synapses on your brain. I mean, if you're already on psychedelics and you're then asking for my recommendation, did it really matter? Like, if I had said no, what would you have done in that situation? I'm going to take a break. I just saw that this needs to be fixed. So I'll put on... I guess I'll go with the standard, this one here. This track. I'm in the middle of a lot of productions and a lot of stuff. So there's a few tracks that I cannot show from here because they need to come out before I can really show them. And other things are so new that they're not ready. So to be honest, I'm just going to play this track again, which you guys, I guess, all know. I wouldn't have taken a second tab. Okay, that makes sense. Well, in that case, go for it. No, I don't know. 200 is quite the experience. Depends on when you've taken the other one. Anyway, I'm going to press play and I'll take a quick break, and when this track is finished, we'll get back with working on this other track here. This is the stuff that I normally produce. For the people that just joined me, this is not the kind of psytrance that I normally make. Mine is a little bit more uplifting and progressive. So this will be a good example of that.
fun game. But where the real fruit is in the social aspect, where you get to meet people and play them a game and have a fun, competitive game. You do the best you can, but if you don't win, you won anyway. Because when you lose, you win too. Because if you're paying attention, you learn stuff.
I really like how this acid line turned out. This is one of the better ones, I would say, that I've ever made. The BPM that you're listening to right now, though, is 147. This track. The project that we're working in, that's 145. Awesome track, by the way. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to this track. What key is the track? A sharp. Normally I either produce A sharp, G sharp, and occasionally F sharp. But I like to stick to the higher keys. This is D sharp, this track, so this is a lower key, and to be honest, I do like the sound of it, but it's a bit too dark for what I would normally release. So for those wondering, this track that we're working on now is going to be for a YouTube video. What is the longest time you have ever spent on a dance floor? I think from 11 till 7 in the morning-ish. That was in a rave in Budapest, somewhere in an old mine. It was techno, a techno rave there. And we had a lot of fun. And when we came out of the mine, the cave, because it was like actually underground. You went in the cave like 150 meters. It was outside of Budapest, so I might be able to find it. I might be able to find the place actually. Let's hope that it doesn't show my house. We went down here somewhere. No, I'm never gonna find it because we went by train and it was at night. So, but it was somewhere down here, just below Budapest. There was like an old mine, and you just went in 200 meters, I guess, and then there was the stage there. So when we got outside and nobody had looked at their phone or anything, it was like full day because it was in September. Like the sun was out and everything. So we were like, oh, okay. And then we went home, and it was the weirdest experience ever. A rave in a cave, yes. Well, not really like technically a cave because it was all man-made, so everything was like square and like this. Which I guess helped acoustically because the bass sound in there was very, very strong. I do remember that. It was a great time. It was very well organized as well, so it was nice. Let's see. I'm probably gonna need more work doing on this, but I'll leave that for a bit. I just want to sound design more glitchy stuff here. I guess some squelchers could help here. Maybe there's already squelchers in here. I think I did squelchers. Right? This is kinda. It's kind of metallic here. What we could do is some simplex. Let's set that up. I'm gonna need my MIDI with everything. This is a nice MIDI file to have. This is just a MIDI file which contains every single note, so you don't have to draw them in. The cool thing about what you can do here is you can set up a arpeggiator that then triggers those notes randomly, so you get wild notes, stuff like this. And this is just playing the saw wave. If I play the sine wave, it actually sounds a lot better. You might not want to play the lowest notes though. So I'm going to eliminate, I guess. Maybe even some of the highest ones are also causing issues. I guess we just kind of need to fill in the gaps right now with the synths that we are missing. Let's copy this over and see if that just fills the gaps completely. No, because there's more, or there's some stuff in here that doesn't really need this here. And here there's other spaces that need filling. And I think this does then duplicate properly to here. Nope, because I set the wrong time, I guess. Ah, this is it. Okay. I should have laid out the note before I started duplicating. That would have made things a lot easier. But now I at least have a template of everything that needs to be filled up. There are some things that are overlapping, but that's okay. We'll make some more stuff that fills in those gaps as well. Or like overlaps a little bit with this synth, because I don't want to play this synth on its own entirely and have other stuff kind of like overlap like that. I guess we can quickly fill this in. Or I can just take this and just go like through it here. This works. That's a lot faster. Hello, Davey. I'm not pretty as projector. Do you have a webcam? Ah, do you stream as well? Ah, nice. I didn't know. Actually, are you on my Discord? Because I have a role on my Discord, or a thing on my Discord for anybody that's content creator, even if you just occasionally stream. Like, I don't think Steels has streamed in quite a while. But if you occasionally stream, I will get you up here in the content creators thing, so that when you stream, people can see it, right? Because now you can see here streaming, and then you can go to my stream from here. Where's your Discord? Yeah, you should be on here somewhere. You've chatted before my Discord. I know you have. It's gonna take a while to find a specific one. If I just search here, can I then give you roles from here? Here. Bam. There you go. Now anytime that you're streaming, it should just go in here. You should just show up right here. And that's for anyone. So if anybody else is streaming or anything like that, just shoot me a message and you'll just be put up there in the content creators tab there. Hello, Sophist. How are you doing? For this one, I am going to go with combination table glitchy stuff. We can use the note on ran 1 here and then just arpeggiate this. So if I set this to a 16 note, it should get some crazy sounds out of it. What if we... Actually, it was my first real stream, only did a test before. Well, still, welcome to the Content Creator Club. I hope you enjoy it here. From the outside, it looks like a lot more fun than it really is. No, just kidding. Okay, we need some effects and stuff like that in here, and that's gonna upgrade the production massively, hopefully. We'll start with this one, which actually has Atmosphere's Ghost. This one turned out really, really nice. Maybe I'll just have it at the beginning here. I need more power going into this drop because I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the sine things happening here. What I think I'll do is change that over to some kind of FM. Now, what we could do is again use the same full MIDI thing that I have. You guys, if you don't have one of these, you should just make one, and then just like save it like I have done here. Because it's really handy when you're doing any kind of complex sound design. What we can do, for example, with this is if we go into Serum, we can untie the pitch tracking here, which means that the oscillator is always going to put out the same pitch. And in order for that to work here, we need to go 2 octaves up and then C sharp, D, D sharp. So now it's being affected by the glitch thing. But theoretically, without that glitchy thing in there, it should... wait, like... No, wait. Huh? Here. Yes. It should always play just a normal saw wave here. The cool thing that we can do is, again, use this to our advantage with modulation. In what we're doing is we're now playing different notes here. Let me just quickly turn off this thing. You can see that we're always playing the same 16 notes, but we get different note information here. Especially if we set this to random. So we could use this for example, a bandpass thing. Let's do some cool tone. A bit too hollow. Something like that, maybe. Just to try here, let's see if we just create like a simple kick fill going into the next one. Of course, let's remove the bass. And then we'll reverse kick into the next part here. Then we go like this. I think we can just duplicate over all of our glitch stuff here. I'll have to see how to work this with our drop that we have currently. I always think of Tetris. Yeah, it is a little bit like that. If you, especially if I put it like this, right, where you just have all of the things in the same. I guess this one a little bit less because there's all of these things here, the very short things here. But when you look at a normal project of mine, it is all, except for the one-shots, I guess, very long things, usually. So that gives the same kind of vibe. And the drums are so close together that they basically look like one thing. It's kind of funny, though. Okay, when it comes to my structure here, I'm really not sure what I should do with it. I think I want to stay high energy for the whole drop here. Or what we could do is something like this, where we'll just duplicate this here. And then we just go into our lower energy, maybe like a glitchy thing or whatever. Here. And that then goes into the outro. Right here. A bit hard to follow on a small screen, very dark. Oh, yeah, I get that. To be honest, I've thought about changing. For me personally, this is really nice to look at, having such a dark interface. Especially when I have all of the lighting. I even left one of the lights off today, so I should look like this. Wait. Huh? Isn't that much better? This is what I'm supposed to look like. But you can imagine that with all of the lights that I've set up here, up top there, I have like a lot of them. They're all small ones. They're all like normal things. But also having a very bright screen then really messes with my lighting. So I have to have dark screens for the recording. Also, I just like dark mode very much. But I have thought about upping it a little bit, because a lot of people have been saying to me, there's like, it's half-half, in the sense that I get as many questions from people asking me like, oh, I love this skin, can I get it, please use it in your videos, please use it all the time. And then there's the other half that say your skin makes Ableton a little bit harder to read sometimes. I try to remedy that as best as I can by zooming in videos sometimes. When I need to show something very small, like if I show the beat repeat, I did a video on beat repeat, then I'll zoom in on the beat repeat when I'm explaining stuff about the beat repeat. But I do understand that sometimes when, especially with like long videos, I don't want to go through and do all of the zooms and stuff like that. Something like the kick and bass guide, right? If I had to do zooms throughout all of that, it would have taken another 2-3 days of editing. Do it as you like most, as your stream. I mean, you guys keep coming back, so I must be doing something right. If it was really offensive to or annoying to watch, I guess you guys wouldn't be coming back to the stream, right? I remember when you first started using that skin, I didn't like it, but I've gotten used to it by now. I mean, yeah, you get used to it as well. I've gotten used to it. I guess even if I now go back to the other one that I used before, the standard dark skin here, this is extremely bright to my eyes now. But I used to use this all the time at this brightness, or maybe like 90%, I guess, something like this, right? But now I use this one, which is really dark, but I do really like it. It's nice. One of the things that I do like is that the colors stand out from it a lot, right? Especially if you're like in here, you can see exactly where you are because the background is it almost jumps out of you from the background, I guess. So it does help with that. And somebody also said, what did they say? I think the dark background helps with the focus. I think that's the case, yeah. I do it all wrong. Start stream, stop after 3 minutes, and talking to myself for 30 minutes with no one watching as it's offline. Ableton 5 skins was so light that it's like you are in a makeup room. I mean, even the 9 version, which is in here, is extreme, right? Is it this or this one? This. Get me out. Get me back. I'm getting a sunburn. It's emitting too much light. It was like Excel. Yeah, it's the light theme. I don't like it. I'm not a light theme enjoyer. I guess structure-wise this does make sense, so I'll stick to this. That does mean that we need a new element in here as our main element, because this is kind of this is supposed to be the highest energy part, and we already have the acid lead in here. I'm sorry, I should have given a warning before I was switching. What I think I can do here is maybe not have one main big lead like we have in here, but a bunch of extra one-shots that just add to this. Because I do like the strength of the first impact sound here, the first sound that we made, this one here. That sounds really nice, really gritty. The second tab was too much, I'm zapping presets. Well, I hope they are my presets, because... Just kidding. Whatever presets they are, I'm sure they work fine. Yeah, I think I'll go with just one-shots and stuff like that in here. So, what I want to do is design a nice strong one-shot that can indicate every 8 bars, because this is 32 bars, so we do need to keep a little bit of structure in here for the listener. We'll go with, I guess, a random tone here and see if we can get something cool. That's nice and aggressive, and now I want some smeared out thing on top of that. Like that. Perfect. That's very strong. Something like that in the higher frequencies. That sounds cool. We now go like this, and then this can be our impact synth. And I'll set this to 1/4 so that it's nice and slow. What might be cool to do is, I'm just quickly going to make a group and duplicate this. Before I do that, let's get our processing and put that on the group. I'll also choose a nice reverb here. And then I'll just go in here and for this one switch the modulation around so we still get some changes here. What I want to try is to quickly record the reverb of this first sound here. So 96. And we can use that in the break to transition into it. Let's get a bigger reverb then. I'm just gonna temporarily add another one. Because I don't want to mess with the reverb settings that I have in here. And we can just layer 2 on top of it. It's for the reverb tail, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, we'll just cut this like right there and right here. And then, before I forget, I'll remove this. What happens if we put this in here though? Yeah, I think if we can get that to work with some more one-shots, that would definitely sound good. What might be a good idea, mix-wise, I guess, is to lower this here a little bit. Just set it to like 10K, I guess. Kuram Zij, how are you doing? I'm sorry, Kuram Zai, Kuram. In Dutch, the Z EJ is pronounced Zij. I don't know if that's the way to do it, but that's why I struggle with your name. And just the fact that Karamsi. Ah, I'm never gonna remember that. I'm sorry. Maybe even lower still. Let's go. Let's try to go extremely low here. Like 4,000. I just want to like make space for the acid sound. It's still coming through, so that's okay. And that way, when we're in the break here, it should have more power. Yeah, now all of the high frequencies come out. Let's get some more effects in here. We'll immediately drop in with a riser as well. I made a lot of these that we can use. Oh no, I do want this to fade in here actually. I'm just trying to line up the MIDI clips here. We also have this one, which you can place in here. I need to clean this up because otherwise it's going to cause clicks and issues and stuff like that. Here as well actually. This needs to go like this. What I want to do on top is maybe some stuff like vocal stutters, that kind of thing. I don't even make psytrance, but this is so interesting. Do you also live in the Netherlands? Well, first of all, thank you for enjoying my content, even though you don't make psytrance. That's kind of strange, but I'll take it. Secondly, I do not live in the Netherlands. No, I live in Italy. I moved there about 10 years ago with my parents, and I've been staying there ever since, except about a year and a half in, or not a year and a half, a year in Budapest. So I've lived in many places actually, come to think of it. But I haven't lived in the Netherlands for over 10 years now, which is kind of crazy to think about. I need some of these here. We'll use that as our extra impact sound here. 1 year, have you learned Hungarian? Hungarian is one of the most difficult languages in the world, so no. We also have this in reverse, which we can use somewhere here too. Of course. I think we need another sound on top of this one here. I'm just kind of randomly plucking it in the middle. That's important for hip-hop producers when it comes to aligning the 808 with the kick that they have, because you want the maximum amount of punch from that kick. So they do a little bit with phase as well and stuff like that. But for us, phase is everything, right? In the kick and bass design, there's actually a lot of stuff happening in the normal sound design as well that introduces, or that revolves around phase dispersion. And there's not a lot of other genres where you see that, because what tends to happen with a lot of other genres, say that you're making dubstep or drum and bass or bass house, whatever other aggressive kind of like thing that you're doing, like very aggressive genre, you get very aggressive sound design and you tend to push things into clippers. We don't really do that because we create a very loud genre, but not necessarily distorted, but like also very clean. So that's, I guess, the main takeaway from Psytrance, I would say, is that when it comes to the production of Psytrance, you tend to have very clean but very loud productions, which is really hard to balance in terms of its mixing. This one is too long. I want a... yeah, something like this here. We'll get nice big build up going here. Theoretically, this could be the outro, but then the drop would be a little bit too short in my opinion. Like, it sounds like an outro now, right? That sounded weird because I started playback from the wrong spot. It sounds like we're going to an outro now, but I don't know if this makes sense. I mean, we could do that. One of the things, by the way, that I also need to do is some bassline melodies. I almost forgot about that. Let's do that first, because that is something that I will forget about. The way that I'm gonna do this is just take a bunch of notes here. I'll up this one. No, actually, here. Okay, so our melody doesn't really come with any good bass notes, I guess. It's gonna be always the same. except for here and there. This one. Oh. For some reason, doing that is very laggy. I'm just gonna go turn this down one, and then I'll just move the bass notes up until I get there. Why is moving octaves so laggy all of a sudden? And then I'm gonna need to write something around that, because it doesn't look like the most exciting melody we have right here. I'm gonna go here, and then for this one we'll go yeah, with the little extra things in there. I guess it makes sense for us to keep the standard bass line here, the standard rolling bass again. Although we could check with this. Mechanical keyboard, yes. I actually got a very expensive keyboard. I don't know if I ever told the story. I think I'll keep it with the normal bassline, by the way, just to finish that. When it comes to the keyboard that I have a Corsair something, K80, K70, something like that. Turns out it is one of the more expensive mechanical keyboards out there. It's like a 4-year-old model, and it's still 140 euros, I think. But I got mine for 40 bucks from the guy that fixed my computer when I had heating issues this summer. Because I went there and I was like, okay, I bought a new keyboard. I need a new keyboard. I bought a new keyboard, but it's in German layout. Any chance you can buy this off of me? So that I don't have to ship it back to Amazon to get my money back? And he was like, no, I don't do that. Obviously, I don't have any use for German keyboards either. There's nothing that I can do with this. And then I was like, okay, I'll guess I'll ship it back then. But do you have at least something that I can like replace it with, so that I don't have to go online again and again risk buying a keyboard that's not the right layout that I want? So he was like, yeah, I do have this thing. And he just unplugged the keyboard from his main computer that was in front of his desk, where he was accepting clients and everything, and he just gave it to me. So that's the story about how I got this massively expensive keyboard, and he just gave it to me. I mean, I paid 40 bucks for it, but that's still 100 bucks close of the asking price of it if you buy it new. And even still, like second hand, they go for double. So that's really nice. Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't play a lot of games on my PC, so I don't need like all of the flashy switches and whatever, and keycaps and all of that jazz. But typing on this thing is really, really nice. Especially stuff like the spacebar. Because normally what you have with cheap keyboards, I always used to buy cheap keyboards before this, I guess. I mean, still, technically it's cheap, but it should be high priced, but it wasn't for me, so whatever. Normally when you have like a cheap spacebar, right, you will have that you can push it in the middle and then it will be fine. And if you push it on either side, it will kind of like push like this, right? This one doesn't move whatsoever like this. No matter how you push it, even if you push it all the way on the side, it will just go down flat. And that's really, really nice. Because it's always going to be the same thing. It's not going to get like weird sideways or anything. And none of the keys are like very wiggly. So you just need to spill Fanta on it. I mean, I don't know if it's waterproof. I won't say if it's... it does look like there are some holes in there, so I'm not going to test that. I mean, old keyboards are also at least durable. The keyboard, as far as I can tell, this one is very durable. It's like, I think, all metal. At least the front plate is all metal. I think the sides might be plastic, but it's a very durable thing. You could murder a child with this thing if you just hit the child in a good way. Even the cables, I cannot pull out the cables, but the cables are like this thick for it, as opposed to your normal standard kind of flimsy cable that I have for the mouse. This is also a good mouse, by the way. One of those Zowie gaming mice. I got myself a gaming mice because it has the extra buttons. Metal is good, yes, yes. I have an iClever. A few keys are back to front. Of course, our MX Silent. It's in that range. I believe mine is the K70. Is that possible? Or that might be have been the one that I initially got. Images. Yeah, no, so it's not this one. It has that rolling thing here, the same as this one. I would need to find it. It has that kind of rolling thing in here, but it has nothing to the right. It's almost like this one. It also has these keys here. It's gonna take a while to actually find the exact one that it is, I think. It's this one, here. This is mine. This is the K70 Lux, I guess. That's Corsair K70 Lux. Yeah, this is the one. So this is fully metal. I don't have the bottom plate anymore, so it doesn't have that bottom plate, but I mean, that doesn't really matter. It doesn't feel like I'm missing anything from it. It's always red. It isn't RGB or anything like that, at least not mine, which I like. I don't care for RGB and stuff like that. I have the K55. The K70 is nice too. So yeah, this is the luxury edition, I guess, for it. You can see 151 euros. Still, the lowest price, or the second lowest price that Zowie makes. So it was like 60 bucks, I think, my mouse. But I used to buy the cheapest mouse available. Which, I mean, if you're gonna do this full time, where you're a YouTuber and you edit videos and you produce music for a living, if you're gonna do that full time, you need something better. Right? Because you're on the computer the whole day. I would use old IBM keyboards if I had a desktop computer. Old IBM ones, I know the one that you mean. It's like a legendary thing. People talk about it all the time, how that's the best keyboard still. It's, I think, very expensive though. Like it's the same price range as the Corsair that I just got, if you want to actually get a good one. And then you're buying secondhand because they don't make them anymore, I think. Or at least not the original ones. There's like imitations of it, but nobody, like IBM isn't making keyboards anymore. I got myself a Logitech K835 TLK. It's nice and simple. I do like, one of the things that I didn't like when I had the old keyboard is not the old keyboard, the one that I bought where it had the wrong layout, is it didn't have a numpad. And I was like, first I was like, oh, I'm gonna get more desk space, that's nice. But it turns out that every once in a while, like every few days, you need a number from the numpad, or a button that's usually on the numpad. And so I was like, okay, I'm just missing stuff. Because it's then all crammed and it's like very small. You know what I mean? Mouse wheel suddenly broke. I used to have one of those unlockable mouse wheels. This one doesn't have it, but it was nice for sample browsing. Because you could just unlock the mouse wheel and then open one very big folder. Like if I go into like drums somewhere here, this has like hundreds of files in here. If I now want to scroll down and go to the next folder, it takes a while. But with the unlocked mouse, I could just scroll down. Its sensor broke though, so it didn't work anymore. Oh, mine doesn't have a numpad for desk space, and so far I have not missed it. I mean, everybody has their own preference. I like a little bit of extra space because it's nice if you're just working with like two hands. Especially if I'm editing, I have a bunch of different shortcuts on there that you barely use. And so if I need to use that shortcut, instead of moving my right hand, which I have in the exact position where I have all of my main, or my left hand, which I have in the exact position where all of my main shortcuts are, I just move my right hand to the shortcut that I need on the right. Just away from my mouse for a little bit. I think that's going to be it for today. I'm very happy with the progress that we made. I think we started here-ish. So we essentially wrote almost the whole second half of this track today. And obviously we also did a lot of work on this part here. I can't live without a numpad. Yeah, same. As I said, I have shortcuts on there, so I use them all the time. But that's going to be it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I certainly have. I think the music that we made today is really good. Even though it's not something that I would consider releasing. As I said, it's not really my style. This is more for a YouTube video. I'm still very happy with how it turned out. And yeah, that's going to be it. And tomorrow there will be a feedback stream. So I'll see you guys tomorrow again. Bye bye.